break time. We'll get started. Hello there. What's going on, Twitchy people and YouTube people? How we all doing today? Back in Reggieland. We really should put some theming on this, or maybe a building on that. But for today, I'm going to start out over here. We're going to delete a bunch of trees. Way up here, too. Up here, we're going to build a new entrance. I feel like this smoothing brush could do better. Play with that more here a bit. Really pleased. Build up something like this around the front side too. This is going to be like primarily the water park entrance, but also secondary main entrance. Board out from under the escape key. Been doing a resort spawning on that. So they're spawning there, so we don't need the. Seeing that correctly. Okay, I'm gonna have to make some modifications to some buildings. I didn't know there was a glass pane. So that means that basically this whole section here is going to be reserved for water park. Fine by me. Big water park, plenty of room to play with more water slides, or plumes as they refer to them here. Problem is, That'll do. Hold on. We can drain that a bit. What the? Try smoothing that again. Eh, works. Looks like crap, but I don't know. I'm not very good with a screen editor. Holding option? There we The entrance. There, we now have power. That solves that side, and then as we build up the upper side, it'll fix up nicely. There. Oh, that building there. We've got 2 entrances now. We ain't got to the third one yet. Hello, Daniel NASCAR fan. Welcome to the stream. Nothing too fancy right now, just kind of working on this second entrance to the park here. Little tour. We got our water park, which is designated to expand all the way up to that entrance. We've got our main entrance area, in which I didn't do anything outside the entrance. We got Viking Land over here, and the start of our central hub area. Check. I bought it a couple weeks ago on the Steam Spring Sale. I don't know if that's still going on or not. Thank you for the compliment on the park. Ah. That is unfortunate. Now, I don't know what, as I understand, the early game condition was. Thank you for the follow, Daniel. I do appreciate that. But yeah, at launch, from what I understand, I didn't follow it too closely, but it was apparently another mess of a launch. And I definitely would have agreed at the time that it wasn't worth $50 based on what I've heard. But in its current condition, I would have paid full price. I would have been happy after paying full price. Yeah. Yeah, and like we just got restaurants a couple days ago, along with a couple new rides, including they brought back the Sizzler. It's one of the rides they brought back in Update 4. That being said, I did end up going back and buying the DLCs. Yes, that would be nice. Give me something else to build. But like our restaurants, this is the Planet Coaster theme pre-built. You've got your kitchen area, and then you can link up to 20 tables to it. Well, that one I added more tables. Da, 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 da. I don't find it the easiest, but like it's not that the style of building is pretty much the same as it has been since Roller Coaster Tycoon. That being said, I play a lot of building games. I'm just like not very good at. Right? Yeah. Oh, it was so good. And as I understand it, the original creator, I don't know if he was still involved for Planet Coaster 2, but he was involved in Planet Coaster 1. But yeah, the big thing I don't like is the fact that to get some of the classic rides, for example, right? Yeah, I mean, you can put in a default one too, but I've always liked to try to build them. But anyway, like this Helter Skelter here, and have I put it in this one yet? I think I have. The Helter Skelter and the Grand Carousel are DLC items. And that's something that I agree with the general community that they shouldn't have been. Right? But the backlash of making those DLC items caused them to bring the Sizzler as a free update rather than more DLC. So they're listening to the community. Basically, they tried to see what they could get away with. And then when the community was like, nah, they were like, okay, no, we won't do that. We'll give you some free stuff too. I have been really enjoying getting to play with building water flumes. These three are all some of my early learning. These are my first two big tube flumes. I ended up building these off camera while waiting on 1-800 Got Junk to come pick up a pile of crap I had in the backyard from tearing down a shed. But yeah, I'm really loving that they added water parks. This is my first attempt at a lazy river. I mean, it seems to be working. People are lazy rivering it. Yeah, that was expensive. But I've been waiting for my buddy to get his fire pit ready so we could just go. It was literally just a pile of old rotten wood. Um, been waiting for my buddy to get his fire pit ready. I'm not allowed to have one here. We live in a trailer park. Yeah. Um, Needless to say, the park office wasn't patient enough to wait for that and gave me a 10-day notice to cure. So me and my buddy tried to come up with other options. We couldn't end up coming up with any. We were gonna store them. He lives on a rental property on a farm, um, but in an area where they're selling off parts of the farm and developing. They actually had to move down the street last year because we're getting our first Wawa, and they tore down the rental house he was in to build it. And yeah, so there's a tree farm on the property, and there's a big barn at the tree farm. So we were going to move the wood there while we finished getting the fire pit ready. Well, he checked on the possibility of doing that and found out they're getting ready to tear down that barn to build a street going back deeper into the property where they're converting farmland into warehouses. Yes, the joys of living in suburbia as it grows and expands. We're right on the yeah, we're right on the edge of Indianapolis, largest city in Indiana and capital of Indiana. Regional population of about 2 million. So, anyway, back to our entrance here. We've got some bathrooms. We can open these info booths. I don't think we really need another mechanic workshop. I think we've got plenty of those. But we could probably use a restaurant. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what this is meant to be, but with no detail. Just because I don't know my way around the game well enough yet. I mean, it's better than the fact that I left the default park entrance default and then just built a building. I'm actually really happy with this building. We got a gift shop in it over here. Restrooms. Staff area with generators. Yeah. 6 entry gates with info booth on each side. More bathroom and staff area over here. Food court over here. And roller coasters wrapping around the front central towers. And this is Viking Land. This is the first themed area that I built. Really, the only themed area. There's not a whole lot of theming options. It's offer changing. One moment. Ridiculous that they're permanently changing my days off without insulting me. Yeah, monorail is unfinished. Um, as I continue building the park, it's going to loop around. Okay. My boss texted the wrong person. Sorry if I'm a little shaky now. That kind of got my nerves going. I didn't like the idea of my days off changing. Uh, yeah, I couldn't do that. Yeah, thankfully, it was maybe it was a new guy coming out of training or something like that that he meant to text. Um, I really don't know, but yeah, that was someone getting Sundays and Thursdays off, and I'm sorry, I got to have 2 days off in a row. My days off are today and tomorrow. I mean, a sale would be nice. Yeah, but I finally got a job making decent money. I'm making $22 an hour. I work for Keurig Dr. Pepper as a merchandiser. I go around 4 to 5 stores a day and stock 7 Up products. I also get mileage pay for the drive between stores. Yeah, it just some days it's a lot, especially Tuesdays, because that's when we have to change all the displays at Kroger's, and usually have to do 2 or 3 Kroger's. So Tuesdays suck. Yeah, but I mean, $22 an hour for stocking, that's pretty good for basically a stock boy. Yeah, yeah, it's full time. I think my slowest weeks, I've gotten like 33 hours, but it's usually 35 to 40, and been into overtime last 2 weeks, and this week's starting to look like overtime again. So basically, on days other than Wednesday or Thursday, if you don't see me stream, it's because I had a long, hard day at work. And I'm exhausted. I'm too exhausted to focus on a stream. Um, if it's a Wednesday or a Thursday and I'm not streaming through the summer, well, from this point until it starts getting cold again, um, yeah, I usually still end up sitting in front of my computer, but just like zoned out on YouTube trying to recover. Like I might pull up a game and it just sit there on those days. Oh, that was harsh. But anywho, if on a Wednesday or Thursday I don't stream, and the odds are it was a nice day, I got my kayak out, and I was in an area with no reception to stream from my phone. Um, I have started streaming from my kayak uh, this year. I've done 2 streams on the kayak. Caught my first bass of the year on the stream on the second one. You know what? Come on. Oh, numlock. Why is my numlock off? So what the dynamic ticket does here is it sets the current price of the ride based on how long the queue is. The longer the queue, the more expensive the ride is. So what I've done is they were complaining it was too expensive, so I lowered the minimum and maximum prices, and I increased the max queue length so that at their 16-minute queue time, they're not paying the full price like they were. Um, it depends on how you got it set up. I'm not charging full price admission, which allows me to charge higher prices on rides. If I set full price admission, I would probably have to set all the rides and slides to free. The pools are free ish. You have to buy a pool pass at one of the information booths, but that gets you into all the pools. That does not include the flumes, however. The flumes are set up with an individual ticket price like the rest of the rides. I'm playing in franchise mode right now, which has a couple interesting features. For one, it's got a leaderboard system that is currently competing on total income on your end of day report. This this city. I'm used to playing City Skylines a lot. This park was rated 400th when I loaded into it today. There's 13 days left in this round. It also allows you to. Yeah, I was having trouble trying to do that before, it kept like deleting a section of the pool. I probably just didn't have the path up high enough and just really haven't messed with it. Yeah. I imagine I just didn't have the path high enough up. And for really as small as that is in the area, I don't think it would look right having a massively tall bridge over that. That's actually why I did the little rock formation arches instead. That was my compromise to not having a path, because I was trying to make a path to where you could actually get onto this little island in the middle. Is what I wanted to do. Um, oh, like the entertainers? I've got a couple of them around here somewhere. I haven't messed with staff zones, so they're not where they're probably not where they're supposed to be. They were supposed to all be in the Viking area, but they probably wandered off. There's a couple of vendors. But they just kind of walk around and entertain the guests. Don't know where they've gone. Yeah, there's one. They just walk around. They do have a break schedule, and we'll go find a staff building to take a break in on a fair schedule. I don't know how any you can set those schedules or leave them on default. Oh, there's the other one. Oh, we actually finally got some. Oh, he's sitting there eating. He's fine. Oh yeah, that's one of the resort theme restaurants. That's not one that I built. That's one of the default blueprints. I did stick the power distribution and water filter there. That's one of the default restaurants. Uh, this is the default aquatic theme restaurant. How do you put blueprints down? Um, Go into facility, blueprint, select your blueprint. This is one from the workshop, made by Kobold Creations, and just plop. I'm obviously not using that, but and then to build your own, create custom. All right. So let's. Oh, real quick, probably my favorite building that I built. It's not exactly the most well themed or anything, but custom restaurant that I built. Yeah, this is not done by any means, but we got gift shop underneath. at ground level. And there's a staircase that comes up, and this is all pathway up here. And a restaurant with balcony seating overlooking the central hub. I mean, it's definitely missing a few pieces still, and it is completely Oh, the watermark on that, you can actually just... Let me pull that back up. You were talking about on that Kobold Creations. This thing. You can go in, edit the building, and it's... a few pieces. But you can get rid of it. It does have night mode. We're actually getting close to it. But yeah, it's going to be turning night soon. I have not done a very good job of lighting just yet. Some areas have decent lighting, like here. And I think I've done a decent amount of lighting over here. I haven't done anything with the fireworks or anything like that. I'm going to put another entrance over here. I'm actually thinking about putting one like straight off here and expanding Viking land. Right, no, I understand that. I personally went into the game blind. However, with a couple hundred hours of experience on the first one and thousands of hours of Roller Coaster Tycoon since I was a kid. One thing that I really suck at, and this is a prime example, is the terraforming on this game. I can flatten land, but making a clean slope, maybe not so much. Yeah, and that's my big draw to the PlanCo2 series. And as I understand it, Chris Sawyer, the creator of of the original Roller Coaster Tycoon, had a big hand in the creation of PlanCo2 after seeing how RCT was getting basically destroyed by the new owners after he sold it off. Yeah. Tell you, this right here, I will be honest, this bit of theming I downloaded off the workshop. This bit here I added myself, working off the theming. This is just a little, it makes 2 laps, little limb launch. This is meant to be like the family coaster. It only launches to 35 miles an hour. And it's 35 feet tall. I call it the Dragon's Lair because of the theming. I need to build a station building. But it is quite popular. Probably the most popular ride in the park. This is my most recent creation. I call it Cobra. I love this view of it here. I added those It was a scene that I found on the workshop. It is a blueprint. If I can find it in here. There it is. Z to rotate items like that. But yeah, see, it's just a scene blueprint. And I just kind of wiggled it and adjusted it into so it fit just so perfectly into that back side of the ride. I already had the ride built. I was trying to find a way to theme it. And I wanted something dragon, and I just searched dragon on the workshop and found this. I mean, I added a few more. I took in and I added a few more of the egg nests and added more rocks going into it. But yeah, and it just kind of fit that back side of the ride so perfectly. I cannot take credit for. Does it even say who? I mean, we can go to Frontier Workshop. And the nice thing about this is, with it being integrated in the game like this, you subscribe to it in here and it's immediately available in your game. You don't have to reload the game or anything like that. My subscriptions. You just kind of find it in here. The thing I don't like about these packs is that you have to place like the whole thing down and then grab out what you want. Where is it? Was it on the first page? Oh, yeah. So, shout out to Planet Coaster MB number 41035. Like he's got a couple other things themed for that as well. But yeah, that is one nice feature, is that you don't have to reload the game once you've brought in something from the workshop. It's available right away. If they keep fixing things at the rate that they have been and keep up with the update pattern, it's definitely going to be worth the $50 in the long run. Oh, it's getting dark. The sun is. Oh, there it is. But it's definitely setting. We're getting into shadow over here for sure. Yeah, and I believe I'm running them on high. Yeah, I'm running it on high. and native 1440p, no DLSS or anything like that. My PC specs listed down below are not accurate anymore. I need to update them. System's running a 9800X 3D and a 4070 Super with 64 gigs of RAM. DDR5 6000, 2x32. And we're getting solid 60, 65 FPS. I get a lot higher when I'm not streaming. Single PC setup for streaming. I'm gaming and streaming on the same system. That being said, I have loaded into view talking about these ones. These are the ones I built. Or no, you're talking about these ones. Yeah, that's another setup that I built. I've got them synced, so they'll only go when all slides are loaded. This was a better, right? Yeah, no, the water physics are pretty good. I'm honestly pretty happy with how this came out. The game itself. Yeah, they did a pretty good job with the graphics. Like, we've got a little bit of a land issue in the pool there. Oh well. And like, this is my wave pool. We got wave generators on the three sides. Yeah, I kind of wish I could like designate like this pool is just for slide exit, not for swimming. What this area here kind of started out to be, it was originally just this little bit, kind of an eyeball shaped pool. And it was just the exit for these slides, but everyone kept swimming in it, and I kept getting over capacity like that on it. So then I ended up connecting it to the wave pool and have been expanding it as I've been adding more slides. Yeah, that is one gripe I have about the pools, is that every pool is a swimming pool. Like, there's people getting in the lazy river just to swim, not to do the lazy river thing. And everybody's over here swimming in this when this is meant. Yeah. And it really shouldn't be, because no one's going on the slide. Everyone just wants to go swimming. And yet the pool that's meant for swimming is empty. But you put a slide on the pool, and everyone wants to slide on, and everyone wants to swim in it. Also, this is a pre-built blueprint slide and pool. This is a pre-built blueprint as well. The rest are custom. Yeah, I actually I've not had very many opportunities to go to water parks. I've done plenty of amusement parks. I mean, granted, only a couple, but plenty of times to each. Kings Island, Indiana Beach, Holiday World. They're the three closest parks to me. Mostly Kings Island. I'm about 5 miles from the track. Um, I'm a lot closer to Indianapolis Raceway Park in Brownsburg, home of the NHRA U.S. Grand Nationals. The only time I've been to the Brickyard, I took my oldest boy to the Brickyard 400. The last year they ran the Brickyard 400 on the oval before they switched to the road course. And yeah, it was really cool. I was working as an assistant manager at Midas at the time, which is automotive repair shop. And hello, knock on door. Hello. But anyway, the Napa rep gave my manager. Well, I don't think. I think it was like a contest that he won or something like that. I don't remember. But he got two tickets with pit passes and a thing to this Napa courtesy event where they were serving breakfast and they had a meet and greet with the Napa driver, Chase Elliott, I think it was. And he couldn't go. So he gave me the tickets. We got a tour of the garage. I got a picture of my boy standing on the yard of bricks in the pit road, or well, in the garage area. Um, I got really excited because I got pictures in Jimmy Johnson's garage. He was always my favorite driver. Him and Mark Martin. I'm aging myself mentioning Mark Martin, I think. Yeah, Mark was because the very first NASCAR race I watched back in the 90s with my grandparents. I don't remember what year. but it was the Sonoma Road Course. Yeah, yeah, back in back in the Intimidator days. But it was Sonoma Road Course, and Mark Martin won. I follow him on Facebook. He's a pretty funny guy. Um, oh, you're talking about Dale? Yes, I was still on Mark Martin. um, but then, yeah, well, I mean, I wasn't there. I was watching it at my grandparents'. It was just the first time I ever watched a race, a NASCAR race, and Mark Martin won, and that's kind of what got me, yeah, to be a Mark Martin fan initially. And I mean, granted, he wasn't the winningest driver, but um, honestly, I haven't really watched in several years, so I couldn't tell you today. I do know I've been enjoying watching Cletus in the ARCA races. That's been fun. I mean, if NASCAR's doing it as a gimmick to get people interested in NASCAR again, it's working. Did you see his Talladega finish? I couldn't believe that engine held together the whole race. I tuned into the in-car live stream on about lap 15, and oh my god, it sounded so bad. They popped the hood, tried to tinker with it, said it was valve train, sent him back out, and it sounded a little bit better, and it seemed to kind of pick up as he went on, but oh, I didn't watch the whole stream though. I missed where he was able to. Yeah, it definitely sounded like it was running on 7, not 8. Is that thunder? Is it storming again? Uh, it's storming so much, I've barely been able to get my. I bought a new kayak this year. Spent $600 on a kayak. Um, nice, sit on top. Got a nice folding chair on it. And since I got it, we've had one of the stormiest springs in years. And I like to take my kayak on the local creeks. Well, the one I like to go to the most, which is actually the one I streamed from on my last fishing stream, Fall Creek on the east side of Indianapolis. At the USGS survey site that I study when I'm looking to go out, it's usually 2 to 2.5 feet deep. It got up over 12 feet deep in that spot. We got so much rain. Reached near record flood levels. I'm waiting for the 80, 90, 100-degree summer hot sunny days where I can paddle out, go for a swim, and then fish back home. I also like using my kayak to do what I call sandbar hopping, where I'll paddle out to a sandbar, park the kayak on the sandbar, and then wade the creek. There's the one. Oh, it's so much fun. We can change the color. Maybe not that one. There's other ones in here. Yeah, not every piece is snap, but the full width walls. Oh, I got what you meant there. The full length wall, and I don't know why people are clipping through that. The full length walls and the full size roofs are snap. Forgive me, I had to moderate for a second. Yeah, I honestly, when I was a kid, I had to spend a night in the hospital, and they had something like that. They had a gaming cart, so to speak. Um, I don't know how old you are, but if you're old enough to remember the old school TV carts that they would roll into the classroom and watch a video on, they had one of those with an NES. Okay, so they stuck around for a while then. I just turned 39. I'm an old fart. But they had one of those carts with a TV and an NES. Yes, it really does. Yeah, like we've got these half width walls, they don't snap. You can turn that snap on and do that. I haven't really messed with those too much. Nice. But yeah, I heard about Gamers Outreach through Hermitcraft on YouTube. And my goal is to raise enough to donate a cart, basically. Should be a piece in here somewhere. Yeah, but like I said, I got to experience having something like that available to me while I was in the hospital overnight, and they were very limited on them. So I was lucky to get one, and ended up making friends with a kid in the next room over because he came over and was playing it with me. I was like 8 years old. The right shape. Yes, yes, it is. They had that shape. Wood. That was what we could do. These in. Those bits first. What? Back in. Um, yes, that's actually one of the features of this franchise mode. It's not like a direct multiplayer, meaning like we couldn't be playing it at the exact same time. However, with the franchise mode, which is what I'm playing in, you can share the park with up to, including yourself, 5 players, where you can play one at a time and upload your changes and work on the park together that way. Unfortunately, I don't have anyone that I'm currently able to play the game with. So I am doing this one solo. But that's okay. I'm going to leave the wood on the back side. Yep. Yep. I mean, I really don't consider myself great at building. Um, I'm really just kind of playing around with it. Starting to get better at the detailing, but I still struggle sometimes with because sometimes you got to take random pieces and make them and use them in weird ways to make it look like something else. And that's the part that I struggle with. This side, that, 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 that. Uh, with the basic building of the walls, I'm just kind of following once I've would be nice. If they don't get roped up, but it could happen. That would definitely be nice. Yes, would be nice. Basically, the areas that aren't visible, I'm not worried about changing over from the wood. We're gonna not do the back, so to speak. And it's getting darker. Here you go, park at night. I do like the way the pools light up. As you can see, I've not done great with lighting my paths. The Viking area does look cool, though. They come pre-lit. Let me check something. Yeah, it doesn't look like you can turn off. You're in line mode. That would have been a lot easier than what I went through. I didn't realize this was an option, and I put in all the jets manually on my lazy river. I did not know this was an option. I am learning things. just as we go. But yeah, it doesn't look like you have an option to turn lighting off. It does just automatically light the pools. Honestly, it's the same as doing a path. You've got your line builder, which really just builds a line. You have infinity or path edge. Path edge puts path along the side. And this border, you can come in here, customize style, and pick your border from these. You can also pick how the inside of the pool looks here. You can change the colors of the tiles. And that put, we just did a lazy river for that. It put the jets in. You've also got a draw tool where you can draw a shape. You've got stamp builder. You can change the size of the stamp here, change the depth of the pool here. You got diving depth, shallow, and wading, and swimming. Not really. It in franchise mode, you start off, well, it depends on, I started off with 100,000, and that was enough for me to not have to worry about taking out loans or anything like that. For me. We're just gonna Control Z away all these pools here. Yeah, I didn't start with a pool. For the 100,000 that I started off with, I built the entrance pathing, these rides, this ride, and this coaster, and kind of started tinkering in here. And the entrance I didn't actually fully build. It was honestly just the layout on the first floor walls. Basically, I laid out a blueprint of walls. I have not messed with it in a while. I think it. I've got it at 25. If I'm going to go to full price, it's 120. But if I go to 120, and like I said, I haven't messed with that in a while, and I haven't done anything with priority passes. Yeah, exactly. Well, pools are a separate entry fee. You got to buy a pool pass, which I've got set to another $25. Full price would be $45. I bet if I did that, I would have to make all the flumes free. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. To be honest, this layout I did here is actually a build that I started trying to come up with design for in Planet Coaster 1. I came up with it and then just kind of abandoned the park because I was more interested in other games. And so I wanted to try my hand at building it here. And I've just been enjoying this game so much that we actually got a park out of it this time. I thank you. I appreciate that. All right, back to this entrance here. Oh, coffee's gone. Oh well, I got some fruit punch. Okay. You, you, away. Yeah, this is like the water park entrance. I'm kind of going water parky theme. Not going with the full resort theme that we've been using over there, but like we could have like that side be the resort and then this side be like a more just kind of Planet Coaster generic water park theme, which is kind of more what this is feeling to me. All right. Kind of making me think that since I can stay. Nah, we'll change it. Not worried about this side. Not, yeah, we'll hide this visible from the it. No right click. We'll just kind of wrap better. Now let's see what we can do on the roof. All those were in the room. Just a little bit. One click. 1.64 feet. Yeah, there is. One of these days, when I'm feeling a little more confident about my building, I may actually add some stuff myself. Right now, I consider myself still learning. Oh, yeah. Looking too bad of a building. I think we will go ahead and change those out to plaster walls, but they might just be the plain plaster. That's just looking weird now. But yeah, I think for the PC version, you can do like custom models and shit, but I don't know how to do any of that. Right. Basic. I think that looks pretty good. Now, do we want traditional food court, restaurant, or both? Packed onto this building. Both? All right. In the food court, we can also add in souvenir shop as well. So, question is, do we want food court here or food court over here? And do we want restaurant in the opposite of those selected spaces, or do we want restaurant as a separate building here? Second one with the food court over on this side. Okay. So then do we have the restaurant attached to this over here, or do we have it as a separate building over here? Attached? Okay. So then let's come over here. Go back to these walls. So we'll actually take those two out there. Switch it to those. That can be our restaurant space. Go into facilities. Create custom. Yes, you can put a blueprint inside a build. Restaurant. Kitchen. There. These are the actual tables that they make available. You can also connect the yeah, there's actually if you go on the workshop, there is a park where it's this map, which is the default temperate, if I remember correctly. But a really nice detailed parking lot entrance area has been built on it, and that's it. On this one, yeah, in the franchise mode, we can actually let's save this real quick. Upload, that doesn't really matter. That the upload is more for when you're actually playing with other people. Upload your progress to the server. I mean, you get sandbox mode, which I haven't played with at all yet. Um, but anyway, so that's my starter park. That's the park we're currently working on there. I've got these available to me. See this one. You start off with 500,000, but you're not going to get high volumes of guests. Same thing there. Same thing there. This one, You start off with 200,000, and you get more guests. Like you get more guests than you do in the other ones, but they won't spend as much. They're going to be more frugal. If that makes sense. Yeah, right now on the challenge, we're in 400th place. The challenge is income. Making 667,000, almost 668,000 a day. All those franchise maps start with just a basic, mostly flat map. Career mode is a series of scenarios with various pre-made maps. In sandbox mode, you can start either with these basic flat maps, or you can start with any of the chapter 1 career maps, but empty. Don't know whether you have like money on and money and unlimited money options on sandbox. I'm not sure. Yeah, current one is franchise. Tables. I guess we should probably put some paths in here, huh? Yeah. Size 1. Really like stamp mode for this kind of. Mode. Put that up to the main path. Have an issue for a little bit with people just walking right through that wall, but we will fix that. They do have a working barrier. They did not when the game launched, but they have since added it. Right. I said the one I picked was like the 100,000 is like the most balanced setup. If you got the most average of people coming in and what they're willing to spend, um, but you're starting with a little bit lower money. So it's not the profit that it's showing. I don't know where you actually see on this end of day report our actual income, but it's not. That's just the profit. It's the gross income that the thing's going off of right now. The restaurant. You can have 10 more tables. We got the basic layout there, and it's open. Now, to stop people from going through there, scenery. These also work, as far as I'm aware, but this is the one I want. Advanced mode. Select all those. Advanced move, which you can use hotkey X there. Tuck it down in a little bit that way. Now that's nice and hidden, and no one will walk through that wall anymore. Personally, I feel like the walls should have hitboxes, but I'm not the only one that thinks that. But at least they give us a way to give it a hitbox. Yeah. Yeah, you just have to place it and then edit the building. You can remove things, add things, copy things. You even go through and Like, for example, this is a default coaster station building that I plopped onto this, but I recolored it. I went through and changed the color on every single piece to match the theme I was going to match the theme of the ride. And even like this piece is still not quite right, but I had moved it around to try to get it to fit right around the coaster because it was originally just like that. Like here. This I think was, oh no, that was because this was a blueprint coaster, but it didn't have a building on it. This is also a blueprint coaster. I just didn't have a clue how to build that style. It's got these cool switch tracks. Here. These I just kind of plop down the default blueprints out. Hey, like right now we're riding in view of guest that is currently sitting in car 1, seat 1 of train 2. We're on another one of those switch tracks. Came off the top one, now it's dropping us down the bottom. Yeah, this one I really like. This is one that I built. Go. Go orbit view. There's nobody riding. Hold on. Probably because I didn't theme it. What bad timing. I mean, it's got good ratings. It's going. This is a limb launch. Oh, it's a little tight. Right there, too. This ending part, I had a real hard time getting it through these curves, these overbanks. I had to add extra limbs just to barely squeak through it. Trying to put it in a block mode, but it won't let me add trains in block section mode. I don't feel like waiting. This is going to wait the maximum queue time since no one's showing up to it. But yeah, I'm really happy with how that one came out, and I love that profile of it right there. Not as cool from this side. That profile's decent. That profile. That's like that's the thumbnail view right there. That's that's getting her good side. But yeah, I'm still. Hello, knock on door. Absolutely. If you want to bring it back to me, just a little bit of Miracle Whip on mine. Thank you. Yay, lunchtime. Well, lunchtime soon. Um, here's wooden coaster that I built that is surprisingly no longer popular. At least no longer packed, but probably because everyone's everywhere else in the park. Oh, not that train. Go to this view this time. We didn't even bump to the back of the train. Back seat. The other wooden coaster is a pre-built. Vanilla pre-built. And screech! Yeah, what do you think of that one? Yep. That was a that's a pre-built building blueprint for the station. This is a workshop restaurant before the restaurant update, where it's just the regular food and drink shops inside. Splintery is a vanilla coaster, vanilla pre-built, but I built the building on it. The building is custom built by me on this one. That one's still pretty popular. If we can catch a... Ooh, perfect timing. You get to do 2 laps on this one. It's another limb launch. It launches you at 35 miles an hour. The other one tries to launch at 60, but can't get up to it. I didn't give it enough of a run on the limb launch to get up to 60. So that's the Dragon's Lair. And this is my water coaster. First attempt at a water coaster, anyway. And we'll go from this one. We know we're going to get from the beginning on this one. And we'll go chase this time. We're just waiting on the other one to get up to the top of the lift. Just with them both being on lift hills, I wasn't sure which one was which. One thing I know you can do on this, but I haven't tried, is you can actually snap scenery to the trains and the cars. I have snapped it to like the rides themselves, but I haven't done it to the cars yet. Well, just because it had to have a helix around the tower. Had to. Whole reason I built a coaster right here. After this cigarette, I'm going to get up and get something, get a fresh drink, because I'm almost out of fruit punch now. And down she goes. And he goes hard into that corner. But didn't really have a choice. That was the edge of the park. But yeah, that's the water coaster. Yeah, that's right on the edge of the park. I couldn't really make that any longer to slow it down. All right. Jimenez over on YouTube. Why you gotta be trash talking? Manuel. I'm not going for perfect realism over here. Oh, this is my first park in this game. Like, oh, wait. Move and duplicate over here. Put one more there. Do a flat roof over all this. Flat roof there. Fix up the poles to extend up to that thing. Oh, it's probably even. There, huh? Like that. What do you guys think? Control X hotkey. Oh, I'm going to take a quick break and get a drink. Done for now. We'll come back and edit that here in a minute. That is really becoming a big building. Okay, well, let's ride this guy. Orbit. I'll be right back. It is also time for lunch. Oh, that is a horrible view. Oh, I'm back. Fresh cup of fruit punch. We're good to go. One thing's for sure. I'm sure we're going to have other than this path, that's not too bad. The red spots are where the path needs cleaned. Back to our restaurant. There. I'll leave the front. Oop. Lady. That's the ones I've been using. Those. Lighting in that bit. So that was about the right spot. We got lighting in there. Probably do more, probably should do more, but I'm going to call that good enough. All right, that's the restaurant. Now we need the food court, gift shop area. Which is going to go over here. Little spot. Restroom. there. Eventually change that to an archway later, maybe have an exit. Points out yonder that way through there, maybe. Not worried about that right now.
Hot dog squad. Pizza pen. Viva.
On food shops. Space right now. Here. Balls. First, let's get our souvenir shops. Yeah, we'll have the. We'll do a little island for the drink. Then you might, might be problematic. Let's see. The half wall, quarter wall. Oh, that's all pathed in now. Good, open all. That's our food court area for people that don't want to go to the restaurant. Before we build up the rest of the building, I'm going to lay out like picnic tables and trash cans and all that good shit. Ones that are by themselves, rid of. They were for alignment purposes. No. Any issues with trash over here? Oh, club. And then
Aha! Oh, haha!
no. I want to handle the rest of this. I know. It'd be kind of boring, but Like that. How are we going to handle the corns? I don't really have corn. Hmm. Here. Okay. How's this looking, guys? What do you think? You. All right. Let me figure out what to do with those little tower bits. But I'm liking the look of that. Definitely has a very water parky vibe. Like I said, the water park will eventually expand to include all this and this pond back here. So this is meant to be like the water park entrance. Looks good. Those. There we go. No detail on any of it for now, but good enough for the moment. Just a moment here. I need to stretch my arm out. Thighs flaring up. The old tennis elbow gamer's arm. Charge by default they charge 90 cents for the toilet. Cool. Build kind of feels out of place in the middle of nowhere, but that's just because we haven't expanded over this way yet. All right, so we got our food court, we got a restaurant, info booths outside. Well, I put another info booth on the inside somewhere. That's gonna do it for now on that entrance. I am fairly happy with that. Let's check R needs cleaning heat map. Yeah, just really the outskirty areas. Things looking good. So we've got that entrance done there. Come over here. In the corner here, so that'll work out nicely. Here, we're going to copy that. Who calls my number? Scam likely. Decline. This is going to be our next entrance. We're going to kind of expand out our Viking land. This is going to be a Viking themed entrance. We got off to a real basic start there. But we can build off of that. Plazas and such. This one. Let's go into scenery. Don't think we have a default Viking entrance. We can do that with just a single instead of a triple. But same issue with that. Find on the workshop real quick. Anything? Or you're gonna have to build something. Not really too. We're gonna do this one a bit different. take out. Nothing too fancy on this one. I think that looks pretty good. This is a minor side entrance, whereas the last one I was working on is a major. I want to have a major entrance on every axis. On every this of the hub. So we've got main entrance here. This one is another major entrance on the axis of the hub. Another major one up here eventually. Another major one over here. This is more of a minor one here. So I'm happy with that. Bees up there. Coaches, sorry. Buses. To spawn our people in. Hopefully, as we're adding these entrances in, we're going to stop getting those, oh, we can't get out complaints. Do we have these anywhere? Like, you all. I don't think we've got room to tuck another coaster there, but feels a little dense with the rides if I do that, doesn't it? Too steep. Thank you. We'll let that sit back just a little bit. I don't like it there. Put it there. Chops in that. That. You. Info booth. Uh, you. Back here behind the staff building. Distributor. Red. This is so far becoming a nice little expansion piece to Viking land. Here. Beef. So delightful. Oh. And this entrance, I think, is off to a pretty good start. Style doesn't matter. Lead it. Space right there to put some sort of centerpiece feature. Guest count has really risen since we've started putting in these new gates. Thinking about also expanding this area to somehow include, I don't know how we're going to fit it with that coaster there. I don't think it would really. Coaster wasn't here. We could like have a bit come over here. But that's all right for now. filling up along. Oh, look. Coaster's got a line again. So yeah, this is working out very well. Okay, we have 3 entrances now and you still can't find one. Come on, people. Doesn't quite fit. Oh, that fit. And this tree here. There. Might not take too much to theme that up. You got that archway. I don't know why this happens to me every so often. It just means we can't upload. But I can still save the progress and restart the game and then upload. It also means that the workshop won't be working. Yeah, okay, that is an elevator lift. That's cool. Good. Power coverage over there. Now we just got to give that some Viking theming. Be good to go. Oh. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. We should definitely see an improvement to income and profit. But today's work should definitely net me an improvement on the leaderboards. Excuse me. Let's do a little bit of work on the theming. Zelda. No. That spot. A little bit of this action. that for a moment. Do a good start here on retheming this. Tying it into everything. You're tying it all in. We have this water ride. We are going to have a bathroom, body drying station. That didn't look like a lot. Here. Let's go on to this itself. Yeah. This is a nice expansion to our Viking land. Fully intend just have another coaster that comes up into this area here. Viking land is going to be kind of our land of wooden coasters. We've already got two. We'll have a third one over in that area. I do believe they are each different types, so we're going to make sure we do a different type than what we've already got for that. But I need to take a bio break, so I will be right back. Time. Yeah, that's just getting to the station. So you guys can ride that, and I will be back in just a couple minutes. Fun to ride in nighttime. Two hours left in this day. I'll have to wrap this up soon just because my arm needs a break. And the other entrance that we built today, that will be covered in a future water park expansion stream. This I've actually kind of been wanting a log flume in the Viking area for a while, but obviously didn't have room for it because the initial area was filled. Now, however, that's long enough. Not centered now, but oh well. This seems a little easier for me than these bands. enough of that for now. My opinion does seem to mostly fix the theming issues. Oh, room for activities here. And that's going to be where we actually finally exit Viking land there and go on to the next themed area. Which is going to be like just a Planet Coast, just a generic themed action zone. So to speak. So, we are 4.5 hours into the stream too. So I think it's getting close time to have a break. So we're gonna do one more cigarette, and just do some kind of minor detailing, benches, trash cans, maybe some lighting. On this entrance, you like how we have the restaurant tucked in the back here. That is kind of cool. Wonder if we have it backwards. I think it looks good like that. As you can see, we're starting to get some trash issues. We should really put down. Hard to see in the dark. kind of think there's going to be a path that snakes through and connects to that one there. Some benches in. That bit alone for now because we might add shops or something over there. Kiddos are home. Go. It's most of them in anyway. Restaurant, we've got one food and drink stall, we've got an info booth, we've got a gift shop, we've got restroom. Yeah, we've got all the basic amenities. Yeah. Lighting. What did I do for this area? Hit the custom one. These aren't like super helpful on their own, but they do help out a little bit. Hour of game time left till daytime again, though, so that'll be nice. That finishes the final bat of the stream. Now for the final cigarette of the stream. Good there. Oh, that is huge. Ooh. Full on 5-star park. Making money hand over foot. Few more pieces of fence here. No botched right there. Something a little more grand. We'll do a Willa. Ancients area has come out really well, I think. We've added this expansion to the Viking territory with a new entrance here. And we have added a new entrance facility over here. We're in half of the park. It is really starting to come together, isn't it? It's really starting to fill up in here. But that is going to do it for me for today. I must say, as we finish the final cigarette, I thank you all so much for watching. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Later!